Woo! Now we just go over here. Oh, it still says upcoming. I swear it just is currently live. There we go. Get shareable link. Post said link. And to at. Whoa! Oh no! And delete that message. Didn't mean to hit enter there. Stream spectators. There we go. Challenge turns, and then we'll be looking at replays. Starflash in particular. That's good. Okay. Oh my gosh, I already have viewers. Well, hello. Let me turn on the YouTube chat here. Guys, we're so fast. Hello, Megton. Looks like I've got 3 turns to take. This one should be really quick. Already have viewers. Yeah. Oh, I got you. I got you. Hey, Fluffy. I have amazing time habits. We line up perfectly. I like to throw the game at any time. Hey, Jerry. Hey, Math Blitz. That may happen. I can be too tricky for my own good. You think I need to give more handicaps? I can understand where you're coming from, I guess. It's so weird to go for a back cap so early. Alright, so if I go here, I think it's already overkill, right? You go here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm already covering everything over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, I have to be here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Perfect. Look how annoying that is. Look at the range of that recon. Can I have it? That's true. That's true. And it's a chain. And it's stir movement letting me do it. There's so many reasons. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's no reason to do that. We'd go down here. No, we go over here. This is kind of awkward to do, but I did say I was going to do double recon, so I will still do double recon. It's a little awkward for the copter, but it can spend another turn getting into place. That's fine. Even though it can already bring in infantry to like wherever I'd want to. I like Storm Recons. You look at that and you're like, wow, you can't go to any city without giving me a hit. All right. Oh, Jake used the super. Killed my tank up here. I think killed the tank here. The infantry here. Infantry here. My copter here. Looks pretty nasty. Oh, he has an artillery. That's before he used a super. It must be in this forest. I guess it could be in this forest. I thought I had vision around that, but... Oh, well. I guess it's not going to matter, though. He probably hits me with another tank. Before or after the super is the same. Well, I guess with the super, I wouldn't know where his artillery was. It could be like back here. There's a little swap out. A little sneaky artillery going through the woods. A very windy path down here. Okay. And then another tank. Which is off my 4 health. I'm gonna take out this poor guy. And the anti-air comes in. He moves a 7 health up onto this city. Finishes off my tank. Shoots my APC. And then that 1 health is right here. Okay. See, it's a good name. It's a good name. Who's that supposed to be? Okay, so I guess the choice I have is, do I want to go for my power this turn? I think it would, like, ensure this roll. And I think that's actually... Yeah, I'm definitely not going for my power this turn. He's a tank up here. He's an artillery right here. So I can just pretty safely kill this anti-air. Take the city. Go fire on this. Pow. Oh, interesting. I step down to kill this. And for one, I'm just placing myself in artillery range. But that also stops me from moving around like this. Kind of like tank infantry. Try and clear this though. Yeah, I think that's fine. Well, that won't clear because, of course, I am. Jess. Yeah. This isn't anyone's theme. This is just music. Which looks like my player doesn't even tell me what song is playing. That's too bad. It has an infantry here. I guess it'll be annoying. Start threatening the city. And then I know he has a tank over here, and he'll want to hit me from the city, so we'll just sit on it. Run away. Bring you up. Go7's theme. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We'll just go in these woods then. Kind of like... Yeah. Let's do this. Charge forth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Gets there in the same number of moves, so might as well go there. Have a good one, JJ. Yeah. It's 1 health. Yeah, he's an artillery right here. 1, 2, 3. He can kill my 2 health. I think I just sit here. He has a 1 health guy here, 7 health here. Just hold the city. I think now that I've killed his AA, we'll buy another copter. We'll go artillery. We'll get a recon. We've got a power ready. How are we doing on the damage? It's not as well as it was last turn, but it's still really good. Plus he has a 1 health medium tank. And we are ahead in economy pretty recently. Let's see if they're on our city. Okay, what on earth happened on this one? Looks like he came in with a lot of swings. Doesn't look like he's actually covering this battle copter. That doesn't, I mean, it's covered with this, but I can kill that for sure. So I'm probably going to be killing this. And this. Maybe this tank? Maybe this artillery? We'll see. We'll see what he did. After my poor, I guess it's a question mark. Health for him. Yeah, he definitely should have put this copter here so he would actually cover his other copter. He's flying down for his other comm tower. Interrupting the cap. Moving up there. Wow, that anti-air goes deep. What's his other actions? Oh, just building tanks. Battlecopter. Kind of just shifting down here. Yeah, I feel like a couple hours every night's not so bad. At least at my current workload. Isn't this like a free hit for me? Does the copter hit me? The copter doesn't even hit me. Yeah, that's a free smack. Well, you know what? If it's free, it's free. Chunk. This isn't technically free, because the anti-air can actually hurt. Yeah, there's definitely a winning attack here. My challenge is no move planner. I'm supposed to take my turns quickly, but I'm just so bad at that. And then I let chat decide my COs. Which you know what? I should probably check with the mods to see if that's technically cheating or not. So let's take this guy out. I guess it's debatable whether or not I should have attacked with the full health first or the 9 health first. In this case, I take less recoil, but I don't have a full health copter. You don't think I can finish that off? I guess I can't reach. Well, we definitely try and kill this guy. Oh, always nice when... I don't know if Sonya could have min-rolled that to not work, but always nice when it does actually get the kills you want. I put the tank on the city, and that way the copter can come in and smack this. Even though it means he gets to hit me with Urban Blight. I guess I could always go for this attack and hope that it's a sacrificial swing. Sure. Nope. Okay, well, we're definitely hitting this. It's completely surrounded. And then go after this anti-air. I don't think it matters where I attack this. Or I guess it does matter where I attack this from, because if I attack from here, he can stand on my city. Although I can block the city with my infantry. So I guess it is fine. Oh, you can't actually wrap around to the forest. Oh well. Take you out. Oh, we're not. You can finally get this guy off of this island. It took so many Urban Blights. Well, he's going to Urban Blight next turn, so I wouldn't even get the... I'm not going to get the city next turn, so I might as well go in for the interrupt down here. Then we just have to be careful with how we place these guys. I go here? Yeah. We go right here. Say hello. We put you here. And then we can pretty boldly just march forward with these guys. He doesn't need... I think he's in trouble if he sits here and tries to shoot them. And since I have these 2 tanks too, yeah, that way he's lined up to hit the rocket. All right, that's a pretty good amount of pressure on him. And he's got a medium tank over here, so let's grab a neo tank. And I'll get battlecopter. I'll just go double infantry. I think that's a decent turn. He's in a lot of trouble over here. There's 4 copters, well, 5 copters active in the area. He only has a 2 health anti-air left. Down here, there's a lot of pressure. He's also down to 2 infantry and a single mech. 1 infantry is in this transport copter, and the other one is right here with 2 health. Probably could have done the turn better, but it's fine. Obviously, if the sacrifice had worked, it would have been real nice. Right, that's all of the turns. So I will switch over to covering replays. 1 second here. My fancy new transition screen. That's weird. Okay. Switch over here. Files have been imported. We got some Starflash games, and then I think I have some other ones that were submitted as well. So I think it was A River Supreme, Not Around, and Celeste. I need to turn on the YouTube channel. There we go. I'll also resize it a tiny bit. This at... Actually, no. That's fine. So let's start. See, DFS is really good. Shock 455 is really good. And Sif is really good. Let's do the Sif one first. I have history with Sif. If I can make this bigger a little bit. It accepts all of chat. There we go. Too much. Oh, perfect. Aha! What a classic matchup, Drake against Kindle. I don't know if this is a very good Drake map, though. The airport's somewhat strong, and it's kind of short distances. Although it does get it can get very stally with artillery in the middle. History. Yeah, yeah. You see, Sif was one of the first high-ranking players I beat on my initial climb through fog. I think it was when I might have just been in the thousands. He was like 1300. But he wasn't 1300 through fog. And here we go. Since Starflash is our hero in this case, we will make him couple dice. I guess the way they're facing is fine. So usually there's a lot of artillery openings on this map. And lots of efforts to like lock the airport since an anti-air gets here really quickly. So that's what I would expect to see. Artillery is getting set up like over here, covering all of these cities, getting set up behind here, getting moved into the middle. There's lots of spots where artillery just stops cities from being captured. This is somewhat interesting to go back here so early because these cities are very contested. So I would be a little bit worried about doing that. I mean, I might have done it in my game. I don't know. But looking at the map now, I'm saying I would be worried about doing that. At the same time, I guess you just need the income immediately. You do have like a little route where you go back here and then you can capture this one. I don't know. Oh, it's the YouTube chat. Okay. I think I might have had it turned off. Hopefully it's back on. Hey, Shadow. Let's see. Okay, yeah, well, there we go. Double artillery. As an artillery from Sif down here as well. And another artillery. So, going with the classic artillery openers. I think going artillery favors Drake. Because it's harder to utilize cities with artilleries. Or I guess you can utilize cities with your artilleries, but it's more limiting in their placements. But like I said, the artillery just comes up and now it's denying these 3 cities. Although you can try and do fancy stuff. I mean, I guess you could, if you really wanted this city, you could go and start to cap it and put the artillery right here. Actually, you probably put it right here on this city. That might even be just good. I mean, you get hit pretty hard, but you're still Kindle firing back. The artillery does also slow down pushes. Yeah, the artillery on this map are always really, really aggressive. You have to remember that, like, the distance between the bases, it's not that far. Like a tank, when built, almost reaches this artillery. So reinforcements can show up in a snap. Lots of production coming out over here. This is good because this is his 2-base side. So he's getting as much infantry out over here and trying to pressure Sif to build more vehicles instead of infantry on this front. Oh, but he got his artillery here. It turned too late to stop this capture. Ooh, I love it. A front switch. Didn't try and go for something incredibly daring. Like go for the capture and then put an artillery on the city. I don't think that would be even that good. But... Take the shot, that's fine. It's a good thing he has these tank backups. Because one of the things you always have to be concerned about when you're just a lone artillery is if they have 2 artillery, they can just both move into your zone. And then pressure you away. Or you take your shot and then lose your artillery. But with the tank backups and everything, can't do that. Taking that shot. The Sif's getting the later comm tower, but I think it's still fine because fighting hasn't really started. There's just been little pot shots with artillery showing up a turn too late to deny cities. Of course, the first damage to a unit on the city is always somewhat worth more than normal because it takes you off of your 1,000. Your like base 1,000 money. $1,000 benchmark? I'm not quite sure how to phrase that. Basically now, since he had to pay 200, it's as if he paid a full 1,000 because everything costs in increments of 1,000. So he has like spare change for more repairs. I really like this battlecopter. It can be kind of annoying for the anti-air because oftentimes battlecopters on this map, they kind of pressure here and then they just like zoom off to the other side. And then if this anti-air follows, you can just build another battlecopter. And then they have to build another anti-air. Cover both sides. Ooh, that's nice. This is an infantry sacrifice, but because this artillery is getting put in place, it can then deny this next turn. I'm getting very aggressive with these walls, but Sif doesn't quite have the stuff in place to punish this. But like if his tanks were in range, he could like 2-hit KO this and then hit an artillery with his tank and then move the other artillery up to support it. But with just one tank in range, I don't think it's worth it because this tank can support this guy. Yeah. Hey, Charlie. I'm glad you enjoy them. So it looks like they're doing pretty much even in income. No one's really gotten a massive like early game advantage. But Sif's forces have been split. Where Starflash kind of has a really large front, but all of his troops are together, so he can kind of move them against one of these blobs of units, and then the other one's not in position to actually support it. Is an advantage I'm seeing here. Sif is kind of split down the middle, which is a very dangerous position to be. Ooh. That's a really brazen city capture. He's overloading this artillery a lot. He's got an artillery in range, a city capture in range, a tank in range. And another infantry. It's very much spoiled for choices. But since this is a Kindle artillery on a city, it will just kill this artillery next turn. Even if it gets shot. Oh, I won't kill it if it gets shot, but it'll hurt it a lot because it'll repair up. And this is artillery placement that happens a lot on this map. Just sitting behind that mountain, denying these cities. Ooh, a medium tank. I think he was forced to bring... I don't think Starflash wanted to bring this tank over here, but he kind of had to. Because he can't block with an infantry, because enough infantry around to clear it. He would have really liked to have brought that over here, though. Enjoying this this push that's coming down. Hey, Darren. And I like these infantry that are kind of skirting along the sides, because you can, of course, always bring an anti-air down very quickly to lock the airport, but you can. It's also pretty easy to get an infantry in range to like start capping it or just stand on it. So for like a counterattack from Sif, he's got a big problem in that he's missing one infantry to clear this guy. Like this guy can hit, but that's not enough, and the 2 health isn't enough. So this guy, he could like try and clear the city with this guy in the mountain, this guy in the forest, and then this tank doesn't reach. So you'd have to use like this tank and this tank to kill this, but he has a tank on the city when he does that, and then he doesn't have another tank in range to actually hit this artillery. So this is looking like a really good setup by Starflash. We can look at this wall over here that's protecting the artilleries, and the strength of the wall is always determined by how strong its ends are. So in this case, this copter is impossible to clear because the anti-air doesn't reach. So that's a very strong end to the wall. And then over here we have an infantry next to a mountain, and there isn't an opposing infantry or copter to get on that mountain. So that makes this mountain the end of the wall, which is also impossible to break. So looking very strong. But he can also just back up and let the city go. It's not that big of a deal. This is getting... That might not be a big enough backup. Because this wall is not safe against Kindle. Although Kindle's not that close to the power. Very wise to block off this anti-air, though, because I could see copter sacrifice shenanigans coming into play so that tank can clear tank and break this wall. Oof, I don't know if I like that. That was a little too passive. Because right now he's not really threatening Starflash in any way. Starflash can kind of do whatever he wants. And backing up's not going to hurt him either. It is definitely decently funded. You can get some pricey stuff here. Ooh, Starflash is doing a little front switch. He sees weakness. He sees that he can hit this artillery while covering with his tank. That's very strong. And this is kind of why the passive play is very dangerous. I don't know about this wall. Because having the wall extend out this far is letting these tanks get involved. I'd kind of be fine with just ending the wall right here. Oh, okay. Well, this copter is again getting some serious work in as the end of a wall. There's just not enough anti-air to actually. That's a very tricky play. There's not enough anti-air here to ever break this. This is definitely wall wars. So this is another impenetrable wall. Part of it is a mountain. Can't kill a mountain. And the other part is a copter with no anti-air in range. So although this side can be broken by this Neo tank against this, But it does let the Neo tank get hit by this artillery and a medium tank. So you'd have to get some serious work done. I'm not sure if he can. Let's see, he would kill this tank, and then he could have these 2 tanks to kill this tank, and these 2 tanks to kill this tank. And then he doesn't quite have enough tanks in range to keep the chain going down. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And even if he got all the way down, he would get that. So I don't know. He could do some serious damage, though. That might be what he needs to do, and just suck up the artillery hits, because then at least you'll get your power quicker. Ooh, interesting that he answers with a Neo tank base skip. I think Bomber might be better, because you already have the medium tank. This anti-air is already getting overloaded, or it's already struggling, and then it will just get incredibly overloaded, and would be also very susceptible to being sniped by said bomber. I don't know. I mean, I think the Neo tank's a fine choice. It's definitely not the wrong thing to buy. Sif is being really passive. Whoa. What's this wall for? He just made a tiny little wall with a really bad end. That's a horrible end. Well, this looks very vulnerable to a Kindle Urban Blight. Like, Urban Blight infantry clears this, tank clears this. This is now down to 7 health. While the medium tank can't reach it, I think the copter can't reach that. Okay, maybe it would be. I mean, it would still get down, and then all these tanks would get gobbled up. Or he could just dive on everything over here. Very, very passive. I think he's trying to stall. I think his idea is, I'm going to just keep backing up a tiny bit and hope that Starflash can't kill me. And then eventually there'll be enough stuff that I can get an amazing engagement and then global damage and just get out ahead. Surprised he used a tank to clear that. I think this infantry could have just walked over and done it, but maybe he wants his infantry capping and then this guy's blocking or something. Well, then he could have used this one to go back, or to cap this, and then they have an infantry up here instead of a tank. I guess the tank is very well defended with this artillery, and then this one defending this side, and this one defending that side. So we don't. Starflash gives up on the whole swinging back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. Decides to settle in here while capping 3 cities, which is a very nice prize because they are equal on economy right now, and one of these cities is Sif's. So this would put Starflash up 4K. And yeah, this is what I was saying with, like, you have to build two anti-airs to deal with the copters. Because one of your anti-air is just going to spend its whole life trying to chase down the copter that's getting tons of work done. Alright, Sif is getting tired of being passive. There's a little attack out here. It's kind of dangerous to do this, though, because he has almost all of his infantry over here, all of his vehicles over here. So if these vehicles don't attack, they're just going to be open to a bunch of first strikes. And if they leave this area, which it looks like they're kind of doing. And he's giving up a lot of cities. And of course, Kindle doesn't actually have to give up these cities, because if Kindle attacks now, Starflash will probably get normal power. Yeah. So, well, he's not going all in. Interesting. He's being very patient. He's like, I'll just take a tiny attack. I probably would have tried to go all in there, but maybe it's just not feasible. It's a very high pressure game. They're just inching towards each other, inching away. It's almost happening. I have a feeling someone's just gonna like suddenly die. Can Sif not break this? Like artillery, tank, artillery, neo-tank. It's gonna give him a lot of charge, and he can pop it. You can't kill the copter, of course. You can use this to... All of these infantry being over here is making him really sad. He'd really love them to be in range of fighting over here. I guess he can't really... The neo-tank would have to not hit the neo-tank. Like, go after the medium tank. Or just this tank? Yeah. I don't know, there's probably something there. He does go for the neo-tank. And then he goes for the medium tank. And when he pops the normal power... This must be a roll. Yeah. I mean, neo-tanks are pretty durable to tanks. So it's not a surprising roll. But that does also completely deny these vehicles from getting any targets. So he was banking a lot on that. I'm wondering if he could have just not hit that and cleaved through these. I'm not sure if 20% power tank... Or no, it's not. Yeah, it's 20% power tank. One shots on 9 health infantry on road. I don't have a damage calculator in here. But it might. If so, he definitely should have just cleaved through. Instead of hitting the neo-tank. You think he's gonna high society? How many cities does he have? -4 is 21. He's gonna have 22. Okay, that's not so bad. Oh man, but yeah, all of those tanks not getting to attack, that feels awful. And he's ending his turn behind in unit count. That's after Starflash had a base skip earlier. Tank on road versus infantry is plus 20 firepower. Well, he definitely should have just cleaved through and like gone after the artillery. At least gotten like done something with his tanks. Because I think most of it's gonna die now. Is it high society? Ooh, it is high society. The rare high society. Woo. Sacrifice. Nice. Yeah, that looks pretty brutal. I guess these tanks don't get hit. But it's also like they're still being denied a lot by artillery. Not this one though. Oh my gosh. 50,000 unit value difference. Oof. That's a bold city to go to for repairs. I would if you're not sacrificing against the copter, probably want to go for a further back city. I don't think it matters though. I think this is one of the rare high society just absolutely kills the opponent. Yep, instead of resigns. So that was some really good positioning from Starflash. That was like top level walling that just let him continually push forward. Like take notes. That's how you wall. Let's look at. Oops. Interesting. The death. The death count wasn't even that. Awkward. I mean, it was a little bit. Well, I guess when Starflash got ahead in kills, he kind of just stayed ahead. Even when Sif went in there, he didn't catch up in kills. This isn't the quite same as Wall Wars, because Wall Wars are usually huge lines of infantry, and then no one can attack each other. This was more impromptu walls being used aggressively. That's kind of what you aspire to do. It was very well played. All right. We got versus Shock 455 River Supreme. Now, I've only played against Shock 455 one time in Haifan's Fog, and it was my Max versus his Andy, and Max just eats Andy. So I'm excited to see how Shock plays in a more even matchup. Chess match. That's true. This is standard chess too. I've heard that in standard Jess is seen as pretty low on the tier 4 ladder in comparison to how she is in Fog. And this is the rare standard match that they've got black boats on the HQs. Let's actually turn Starflash into the Penguins. This must be a pretty old game, too, because Starflash isn't even playing. I thought Starflash played as Purple Lightning. Build mechs even if Jess isn't that good. I think mechs are fine as Jess. They still hit pretty hefty. I think this map often turns into a HQ race, even with the black boats, if I remember correctly. You run Amber Blaze on a few COs. Ah, okay. Hey, Starflash, why do you choose Jess on this map? It's base light with an airport. Isn't the airport a pretty big deal? I mean, Jess copters aren't bad. power is important. Like the front switch, maybe? Yeah, I was thinking adder would be like the clear choice. Maybe coal. If you could set it up right, I could see some really good smacks from the roads. Wow, that's very impressive. I haven't watched any Smash 64 tournaments other than the custom combo contests, which are amazing. Back to the game here. So if I was going Jess, I think I'd probably get Recon early. But then again, I just get Recon early all the time anyway, so that's not saying much. Oh, sure. That's a good call. Since Shock is our rival here, we will have Cobalt Ice versus White Nova. So I'm wondering how Starflash is going to respond. Oh my gosh, it'd be so gutsy for Copter first as Jess, but it's not even bad, right? Ah, there it is. Like, that's really annoying for Shock. He doesn't even have the money to base skip for an anti-air. So there's going to be a whole turn where this tank won't be able to attack because of the Copter. It was a good call. Yep. I mean, I guess he can attack, but the value trade is not in your favor. Although you do kill the infantry. You'd have infantry plus tank, but you would be attacking from road or planes. 1, 2, 3. No, from road. So now it's like this tank is really sad. The tank is super sad. He builds his own Copter. Doesn't go for the anti-air. That's a little rough. I think the anti-air would have been a lot better. Yeah, Starflash gets an anti-air. Oh man. This is like, why did you even build this tank kind of status for the tank. See, the tank would have been better as a recon. It could have hit the city, and then the recon survives against the Copter pretty well. But yeah, this is the kind of scenario you just want to avoid with your first vehicle, where it's like it's out there threatening stuff, but not actually achieving anything. It's just running away from what they built. So now up here, even with the like weaker infantry, the infantry count is so staggered in Starflash's favor that Shock is going to have to do something or lose everything over here. Down here, the vehicle situation is definitely favoring Starflash because the anti-air is going to be entering the scene, which means that the Copter will be covered against the other Copter. And this is closer to Starflash's base. Whoa, going for the city. This is covered. I don't think... The problem is... Shock would not be able to block the anti-air from covering the copter. I don't know if Starflash will do... Oh, he does, okay. So you can do that, and it's completely safe. Value-wise, you either get a free infantry, or you trade copter for infantry copter. Yeah, it is a very peaceful, fairly peaceful cap phase, just because the tank was the first vehicle by, and it got countered by this copter, so nothing really happened. Other than just Starflash getting a huge advantage up here, infantry-wise. So yeah, that capture was really bad. I don't see... Okay, so you've traded an infantry for an infantry. Ooh. Well, a 2-health copter can still do stuff, especially like blocking. So this artillery does get to punish the anti-air. I'm not seeing... Well, I guess Starflash can actually probably sacrifice his way through this. With the 2-health infantry, and then the copter hits it, and then tank probably kills it, and then a tank can come over here on this forest and hit this artillery. Hey, look. It's like I'm psychic. And then that's looking pretty darn good for Starflash, because it takes 2... Well, there's no copter anymore, so it's okay for the anti-air to die. But it's also a decent investment of units to kill it. Interesting that the artillery goes up here. I guess that's just in case the shock tank goes up here to try and deal with all of these infantry. I mean, something does have to deal with it, or he's just planning to try and take the HQ. A rematch? I didn't know I covered this map last time. He does get 4 tank hits, but this is also happening in like really close to the base. So like this tank isn't anywhere close to a free hit, because Just Power will immediately cover it. Oh. That was interesting. He went this way. That's probably just to deal with the body blocks, to have another avenue to attack. But I mean, Shock can probably hurt the anti-air in this tank. Probably has to leave this tank alone. That's not even like that bad of a trade. Ooh, definitely. That's like a poison tank. Don't touch that. Yeah. And then this guy can get hit from this side with the power. It's actually 2 tanks that can hit this tank with the power. And there's still this, while this fight's going on, there's still this really scary push with 5 infantry and artillery against 3 infantry up here. Pow. Oh, look at that. That's a value copter. And yeah, if you have a chance, always repair your anti-airs, because their effectiveness goes up really quickly as they heal. Yep, there's our poison tank. Yeah, in situations like that, you just like don't hit that tank. Because what happened? You trade a full tank for half a tank. So you go down both in value and unit count because you actually lose the unit. Which is doubly important on a baseline map like this. This is looking really scary up here. Shot goes for beatdown. But these tanks... I guess he can kill these two tanks. Yeah, I would have definitely saved up for the super. I'm going for this tank too. I didn't see that. Okay, if you're hitting that tank too, well, I think you can do all this without the power though, right? And this is still ignoring... I don't think that's even worth going for. You're just going to lose... Well, it is worth it because he can't really afford to start the cap again. But you are going to lose all of these infantry up here. And didn't send anything else. But did he... I don't think he needed to shoot with this artillery, did he? To clear the city? What was on it? He didn't have to. It was 8 health infantry. Yeah, I mean, he could have killed it in the same way. I think. So this is looking pretty good. Well, he's going to have to find a way to effectively block the kill on this tank. Or just do that. That works too. Joins the tanks. That's a really weird join to me. I feel like you could just move one tank back onto this city to heal and leave a 4 health tank here and it would achieve the same purpose. Oh, you're going to block with this guy. That makes sense then. Yeah, okay. Well, now here comes the big problem, is it? Because he has to respond to this finally, he's going to lose on this front now that he has to send so many vehicles up to it. Oof. A full retreat. While still losing a city. Starflash being smart and respecting the incoming force. Out comes the medium tank. Medium tank as Jess is, of course, pretty good. Kind of how it's medium tanks are good with like Adder. Because of that +1 movement on the normal power having a large impact for them. Mechs are good on this map, yeah. Pretty much any map where you see this kind of river formation and then like mountains right after it. I wouldn't spam mechs. I'd get like 1 or 2. Probably just 1. That's a really weird move. Why is he going up here? He's like, oh, he's trying to block to take the city. But now if Jess gets the power, the medium tank is to come in and beat up this tank. Well, now this side up here is looking very vulnerable again. I guess Starflash has a choice of targets. I don't know if he has a good way of getting his normal power. I'm not... Well, he can always sacrifice for it, though. Hey, Chantel. You can always copter into this anti-air. Don't ever leave your... Well, I shouldn't say that, but if you can... Try and make it so your anti-air have something blocking the way from copter sacrifices. Because sudden powers can be a big deal. I don't know if this would be the case for one, though. You can clear this, maybe, with the Jess power and the anti-air. And then the tanks can kind of stream in and kill stuff. Looks like he's going for a sack to break through, so he's not going to be using the copter power strategy. But he still gets to get a lot of damage done. I think you let the city get captured, right? Because if you let the city get captured, you kill this tank, then this tank can come over and kill this artillery. Oh, but then you're... I understand. I understand. You're worried about this artillery with the Jake power. So instead, you're like, whatever, I'll just stop the capture. What's the song here? I don't know my I have just a folder full of music, but my music player is not actually telling me what it's playing. Isn't it worth to go for that? It might be. It would make him use his normal power instead of his super. I'd have to break out the move planner, but I think the copter sacrifice into the artillery might have been the play. This one doesn't look that bad. You're gonna lose your copter. You can break this. He doesn't have that much stuff in range. I guess it's questionable whether or not he wanted to kill the copter with his anti-air, or if he should have done it with his own copter. And he went for beatdown anyway. It seems like a really bad beatdown. That must have just been for the defense. He took one swing with it. Either that or it was a misclick. He gives up his... Because he's giving up his retaliatory... His super in retaliation to the power that's definitely coming from Jess. I missed what happened up here, but it looks like Starflash went for the tank attack on the city, but then backed up with the artillery. So that was probably a change of plan mid-turn kind of thing. Which I also have happen a lot. Can make things awkward. I'm wondering if there was a way to break through this better. There was definitely a way to break through this better, right? You can always sacrifice, tank, kill. I guess medium tank probably doesn't kill this tank. Not on a city. Oh, he could have killed it there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So he could have killed that. Infantry, anti-air kills copter, infantry comes over and then interrupts this capture. And he'd get to do that instead of hitting this artillery, so he would be sucking up an artillery shot for it. But I think that's probably worth it. You get a copter and you get to deny a city capture. Is that right? Yeah. Yeah, I think that was probably 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That was definitely the play, right? 1. Am I missing like a forest on the way? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, that definitely reaches. Yeah. I mean, the attack's still fine. Hitting the artillery is still value. And the medium tank would have been able to hit you either way. Oh, actually. No, it can hit here. You can almost do the cheeky thing where you leave the artillery at full health, and then he has to choose between shooting the artillery or getting a medium tank attack off. Good luck with your homework, Fluffy. Very weird anti-air. Movement. I feel like moving the anti-air up here, up towards this direction, where it can get in range of like locking this down or hunting down a 2 health tank or all of these infantry is really good because you already have tank support here. And anti-air plus tank can combat tank, and it like doesn't have any targets over here anymore. Lots of great sacrifice plays here. Out of Starflash, I'm wondering if there was a way to actually get that. If Starflash hadn't healed this tank, he could have done it. He could have gone 3-3 kill. Oh, he can. Did that kill a... Wow. That was a Jess infantry. That had to be like a max roll. That was a Jess infantry killing a 2 health tank on a city. And then Jess power. Why? Just for the defense? That's gotta be just for the defense, right? Or is it really that important to cover that square? I don't think it's an important square to cover, right? Because copter hits from a mountain, artillery, medium tank kills this tank anyway. He doesn't need to like wrap around and hit it. Like so. And this is just a normal power game. He needs to build more. I guess he is building more artillery, but he kind of needs more artillery if he wants to get a lot out of these beatdowns. Shock could really have saved up for the super quite a few times. I'm pretty happy with it. That was also... Oh, I see. He's damaging the anti-air because he has 2 copters here. Okay, okay. That's fine. And it's not like Starflash has any copters yet, although he's going to build one this turn. Now that the anti-air's gone, I imagine. This is a nice breakthrough. I also like healing 1 health infantry. What are the odds of Jake beating Von Bolt? That would definitely be map dependent. But oftentimes not very likely. I also like healing up 1 health infantry, because 3 health infantry and 4 health infantry are really good sacrifices. They can you can like break walls using those guys. A 1 health infantry isn't nearly as reliable for breaking a wall. But yeah, like in my game against LVJD, you just let some of your infantry get first hit, and then you can retreat them and store them for wall breaks. And you've already seen in this game how effective sacrificial attacks can be. This lone infantry has got a tough battle ahead of it. This is looking really good right now for Starflash. He does have to be a little bit careful that he doesn't end up overextending, kind of like what Shock was doing. I don't know if that's worth it. I think I'd rather have the infantry on the city. I think it will die just as easily as the tank. Maybe? Oh, another bot! No! Get out of here, bot. Get out of here. You are unwanted. Oh, no, I pinned it. Alright. Get out of here, bot. I don't know what happens when you pin a message and then delete it. But I'll find out. Is it still pinned? Can't tell. I don't think this stream is appropriate for children. No! It's still pinned. How do I even see the pin? For you, it isn't? Wait. Oh, it's still there. There it is. Yeah, here. And pin. Okay. It is now gone. It got me good. All right, all right. All right, back to the game. So this is always a really nice trade that you get set up, where you start capping a city and then they have to basically give up an infantry to stop you. You just kind of get free infantry. Highly recommend that you do stuff like that. And there's the copter, because now there's no anti-air. And this tank is going to be the answer to these guys, as well as this anti-air. Aw, Starflash is going to lose his corner city. Oof. That is pretty painful. Because I don't think Starflash has an answer for that. I'm not sure what Starflash could have done. I don't know if he needed to fire this artillery, or he could have placed it in a way that would actually protect his medium tank. Oh, a miss in translation between planner and game? Yeah. That can happen. And yeah, he's way up there in units. But not... and a pretty darn good in value, but not as good as in the unit count. Another normal power. What is this normal power going to be for? Is it just to try and kill everything around the medium tank? So far, I don't... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's for that, for this attack? I think what you can do is just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You can just move this back here. Maybe you're going to be blocking with this later or something. Like this hits, infantry hits, tank hits. Don't need to use the power for that. What? 4, 5, 6. You needed to use the power for that, though. Is this blocking here? Is that why? No, that's running. Yeah, I'm not sure why the power was used there. I'm seeing a lot of weird normal powers this game. This is a very annoying little wall. If the power was still here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, it wouldn't work. I think Starflash is far enough ahead that you can afford to make mistakes like that. And it's not like Shock has been having very effective power usage either. So they're kind of even on that. It's very important to keep this infantry healthy because it's the only thing in the area to actually take this back after it's captured. It's funny as the game goes on. At the beginning of the game, you're using your infantry to wall and protect your vehicles, and then towards the end of the game, you're using your vehicles to protect your infantry. True. Shock hasn't used Beatdown yet, so he might actually be saving for the super. This is a really weird little formation, though. At this point, Shock has 5 infantry. So the main problem with this army is that there's no infantry and no infantry being built. So it doesn't even matter if he wins a fight at this point, because he can't really profit off of it once this lone guy's dead and this guy's gone. Here comes the guy. This classic Starflash. Much like in the game against Sif, he's it's like, oh, you don't have any anti-air. Well, I'm not going to attack you with this copter. I'm just going to be really annoying and block you from doing stuff. I don't know about putting that medium tank on that city. That seems like a vulnerability. I think I'd rather have a tank on that city. And then the medium tank right here. Because then his medium tank can't hit you. And you still have a wall. In this case, the medium tank can break your wall. Greedy for the heals. Oh, he doesn't go for it though. He doesn't try and like dive in here at all. I mean, it's not a great thing to dive in on. So that's understandable. So he just goes up. I'm not sure what he's planning to do up here. I guess it's to take this city. He's trying to protect this infantry, maybe? He already does cover it. That is true. Oops. But, well, maybe not enough tanks could flood through. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this, he'd like clear this. This tank would kill this infantry. And then these 2 tanks could come through. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ah, he doesn't have the movement. You need a little bit more movement to really get the damage in there. If he had a super, then he would have gone for that for sure. We can see just putting your medium tanks on cities can be rather dangerous. Ooh, that's a bold attack. I think that just gets picked off for free. Well, not free. It did get an attack off. You can't protect it from the anti-air. Okay, we're definitely going to see a Jake super now. I think he can almost get it just from this one attack. I think he wanted to attack this one. The one that's not in the forests. Does he not have it? He's 400 away? Well, he can always sacrifice this if he wants to. Or go for that attack. Ugh. Well, this isn't looking that great. I think it would look a little bit better if he had gone for this medium tank. Well, no. Yeah, no, I think shooting on this one probably would have worked out better. But he's looking really dead right now. The Starflash even gets like 2 hits with copters if he wants. Let's take his city back. Oh, true. He probably deny that. Oh, he doesn't even go for the copter. Let's go for the power, though. Well, this is pretty cheeky. Means he's not going to be moving. He's not going to go after this anti-air, I guess. Yeah, it goes for the artillery. Then tries to block. Hey, the surround. You have been trapped. That wasn't that bad, actually. Like, most of the stuff over here is fine. You get to kill this and hit this. And I guess his main problem right now is this medium tank. He went for a sacrifice there. I don't think he had a sacrificial breakthrough. Is he thinking like, this dies artillery shot tank to kill it? But it has a power. I don't think that would kill it. And then resign. But he went for it. So that was a very interesting match. The power usage I felt was really poor. But Starflash played these sides really well, and he also did a great job with his sacrifices to break through at key points. The power usage was just awkward. But Starflash has really shown off in both of these games his copter usage in standard and how much pressure he can put on with that. Both with like blocking and just forcing awkward answers out of the opponent. Like at the start, the tank was completely denied by the early copter, and because it was so early in the tank buy, there was delayed anti-air to try and counter it. So Shock's early game plan was completely shut down. Even though Jess has weaker infantry, was able to put like a ton of pressure up here. Good night, JJ. So well done, Starflash. I think we have one more from Starflash here, which is this one. Starflash against DeadFS. DeadFS being one of the top standard players, from my understanding. I don't think I've ever actually faced them. But I've heard rumors that they're very good. Good night, Shadow. And a Von Bolt mirror. I've played lots of Von Bolt mirrors. There's lots and lots and lots and lots of sacrificial plays in Von Bolt mirrors because you can't normally get those 2-hit KOs. On like cities. So oftentimes you have to do a sacrificial play to still kill the city from just 2 fronts. And also there's stuff you can do where if a tank first strikes you, like tank to tank on the road, you can hit back and die and then have another one of your tanks come over and finish them off. Which can often be used if they're like making a wall alongside their attacking tank and stuff like that, and then you can break through it that way. Yeah, I figured we should do a little spotlight on Starflash, since last stream we kind of just showed him getting destroyed in games against APC openers. So it's good to show him really performing. Oh no! No purple lightning. Thank you for drawing my attention to it. Interesting is that it's the back cap first, but it is the only one within range, so I understand that. I could see airport first if this was fog. And you'd go for like a fast T-copter. There might even be some contested stuff that you'd want to rush early. I don't know this map, so I guess I'll be finding out. Yeah, the APC opener on in that game seemed very odd to me, but it still had a really. I liked its a wraparound that Ninova got on the artillery, but I don't think the APC opener itself was value economically. Okay, so we're going tank to tank. This map might not even be that bad for going early recon. It's like these roads aren't like. It seems okay for recons to like navigate to either side and pressure both to build vehicles. Oh, interesting. Oh, this is another base light map. Never mind. I was like, this looks like the one base side, but no, this is a base light map. It's a very wide base light map. Well, tank to tank often just comes down to positional stuff. You're trying to get the tank to make a decision and then punish it when it like can't defend everything. And here we see that DeadFS goes one tank on both sides, and Starflash goes 2 tanks on one side. So that will start pressuring this side a lot. Oh no, never mind. There's a tank over here too. Okay, so he's just investing more on this side. But they are mostly. It looks like they're. Wow, that went way back. Why'd they go so far back? Oh, is it just because this? Oh, because of this forest and like this mountain. The reinforcement range is really bad. Gotcha. That's still really far back. That gives Starflash a lot of breathing room. Because while this is like defending his stuff, it's not threatening anything. Looks like Starflash has got his eyes on this property. Just more and more tanks. This center area is pretty wide open. So it could be pretty risky to go for an artillery. Okay, now he's starting to move forward. He would have done this before, of course, but there was an infantry there. He recognizes that Starflash is gunning for this. I think this gives up. Because now Starflash can still put pressure over here if he wants. But then also 3 infantry down over here with a tank follow-up. Like right here, so it has a choice of going either way. He goes there. So he's really thinking middle. with the interrupt. Doesn't go for the property. If you... Oh, because he didn't go... Well, okay. In the Von Bolt mirror, you can often just go for the properties if you have 2 infantries backing you up, because they can't actually kill you. It's a 0% chance for them to 2-hit kill you. This opened up some first strikes. Oh, this doesn't actually reach the city. I guess it only actually opens up 1 first strike. Unless he wants to go for this guy. There's that first strike. He's just going to go for the finish off. That's not a bad start for the brawl for Starflash, because he does also have immediate backup. If you start a brawl, you like kill 2 infantry, injure another infantry, and all you lose is 1 tank while you have other tanks in line, I think you're pretty happy with that. Because if you have a brawl starting and you already have infantry in the middle of it, you can do a lot of attacks where you kill the tank and then put an infantry where it was as like a blocker. There's a cheeky blocker right there. You, of course, can't actually kill this guy, but you can still go for the damage. Oof. This is looking pretty nasty for Dead FS here, because these infantry are standing in the way of this tank getting involved. So, like, he's got 2 tanks that can take 1 shot at a tank on a city from the road. You should have attacked from plains first, not city. Over here? Oh, so you had... So he wouldn't be able to 2-hit KO you? Oh, because I see. Because what's going to happen is this tank hits you, this tank hits you, this tank gets through. Yeah. You could also have just not gone for this kill and just put your infantry there, I guess. Well, spoilers, that's what he does. Oof, losing a hit point doing that is very unfortunate. Getting kills is good, that's true. I think Starflash is still in a pretty decent spot here. That's a lot of infantry involved. The anti-air is like a turn out. A turn, like, you would love this to be an anti-air, basically. Oof, that's rough over here. When the battlecopter is supposed to be dealing with this, but this anti-air is in place. Ooh, this is a base skip on Dead F's side. Ooh. I mean, I think you do have to kind of go in anyway. Even though the copter's going to get a free hit. I guess on this guy. Maybe you can just block it. Still threatening a lot with these double captures. Oh, okay. Yeah, the copter, of course, comes in. So now this guy doesn't get a free hit on anything. Except for this infantry from down here. Oh. From here. Oh, interesting. He back up with this guy. Where was he? Don't go for the delay. I think that's fine to not go for that delay since you're so far ahead in unit count. If you preserve it for just a little bit longer, you can just kind of take his HQ. I think stepping on the mountain is fine. Because there's already a free shot for the copter right here. I don't know. Oh, he doesn't go for the free shot. He goes for a costly shot. And then relies on the anti-air to cover. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Or I guess he is copter chaining. I'm doing pretty well. Watching some great Starflash games. This is a very brawly one. Starflash did bank 8,000 last turn. So he can get a big buy. As well as he's getting 2 cities. One of which was his opponent's. Looks like he was saving the 8,000 so that he could get a copter this turn. As well as double tank. Kind of falling back. No, not double tank, going another anti-air. I think that's fair because, I mean, DFS is copter spamming. Very loose formation, but I think these tanks probably don't want to get involved. DFS is already behind, not as behind, but he is still behind a bit in unit count. So pushing forward is probably not what he wants to do. Yeah, he's fine to let... Oh, never mind. He's not fine to let Starflash back up. I don't think that was a great trade here for DFS. He does suck up a tank shot from the city to kill the tank. Whoa. Starflash is going for the super. I didn't even notice how close they were getting. Oh, man. It looks like the super will land right here. Which means Starflash can actually just dive in deep. Definitely use the super before attacking. Unless you're trying to move it. He wanted the charge. Oh, you didn't have it yet. I see. Is that right? Or is it lying to me? No, you had it. You're just trying to like move it down a tiny bit. Why are you using your super? He was just trying to move it down a tiny bit. To hit the artillery? Was it not hitting this big group right here? Very nice build over here. Setting up your own magnet. I would have thought you'd want it to hit up here. Like, who cares about the artillery? Because wasn't your artillery on this HQ? Yeah. So if it hits here, you can just move your artillery here and then kill this next turn. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. You know what? Past you. I will believe in past you. Hitting up here, awful. Much better to hit these guys. The artillery being hit down to 7 does mean you'll be able to one-shot it with a tank later on. So you could have mapped that out. Going for a slow little push here. You must have calculated this out, that your double medium tank and tank just barely counteracts this death ball. You don't double a medium tank. That's enough to counter this? Unreal. So I guess the infantry aren't that valuable. Now, VB, the Von Bolt super only cares about the value it's dealing in damage. So it only cares about if it can take 3 HP off of units. So like if this medium tank was at 4 health, it would count just as much as if it's at 10 health. It's the opposite of Sturm. Sturm super cares about the value of the unit it's targeting. The Von Bolt and the Rachel missiles care about the damage they're dealing. So like repairing this tank doesn't, it still repairs the tank and makes it healthier, but it doesn't like make the missile target magnet more valuable. It also means if you build something really expensive like a battleship or a Neo tank or a bomber, that can act as a magnet for 3 supers without any heals. Whereas for Sturm, it can act for a magnet for 1 super. I prefer Sturm's targeting. Yeah. Sturm, although Sturm has to target on a unit, but the other ones don't. But Sturm's is easier to manipulate, because you can just chip something down and then the target switches. Where it's kind of difficult to switch Von Bolts around, because you have to hit them below 4. So DevFS is going for the classic hold the missile power, and they have to constantly play around it. And that is... Excuse me, that's a decent strategy. It's also really annoying to play against sometimes. You can see that Starflash is now kind of dispersed. I'm guessing the missile would hit over here. No, it still hits these 2. Really, the double copter. I guess these tanks just aren't quite in line. Well, that's a good hit for Starflash. DFS probably did that mainly for the stats, and of course, not having the medium tank harass him. Actually, now and the artillery can sit here and be kind of a big threat. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, medium tanks, very useful for magnets. Before I had the move planner, my go-to, and even after the move planner, my go-to was always chain medium tanks to get missiles. when I have a big army. Try and damage the artillery. It's not that bad for Starflash because his medium tank is on a city. If this was like on the road, that would have been really rough. Lots of going for chip damage. And Starflash is looking pretty darn good here. He's had an income advantage for a long time. Because the power was held so long, Starflash is now got a very nice power advantage. Although some of these attacks are looking really good for DFS now. I'm not sure why Starflash was making those attacks with his infantry. He might have been trying to chip them down for artillery or anti-air to pick off. I'm not sure. There does come a point, usually around like 3 health, where infantry can kind of hunt down tanks and pick them off. I think those ones are like at 6 health, and that's a bit high. The anti-air did get that kill on a tank. She has 3 anti-airs. So DFS is having a problem in that half of his army is over here fighting nothing. And there isn't the full health infantry aren't threatening immediate captures yet. So Starflash can kind of neglect responding. That's a far retreat with that copter. Oh man. Oh man. I mean, Starflash would be willing to sacrifice a lot to get the super this turn. But he's not going to. He's just gonna pick off some units and kind of move along the side so he's not getting hit by too many of these guys. I mean, it's true he doesn't actually like have anything to rush. Is if this whole like glob of units moves against him, it's still going to be in a glob and ready to be destroyed by a missile. If it doesn't move in a blob, like if it kind of spreads out like this, it's very susceptible to being picked off. Especially, I'm not sure why he just kind of sacrificed all of his copters here against 2 anti-airs and 2 copters. I don't know if DFS understands how magnets work. You don't need to spread out like this. You just need a more valuable clump somewhere else. This is a nice cap on the left from Starflash. I'm amazed that this city has remained uncapped for so long. It's always nice when that happens. When there's been a city that's been like contested the whole game, and then you just later on you just walk up and take it, and nothing fights you for it. All these copters are gonna die, or at least get brutally wounded. Now, the cheeky thing to do for Starflash now is to just not use his power. Just be like, well, thanks for all the free kills. Like so. Which is kind of ironic, right? Because that's what DeadFS was trying to do to Starflash. With holding on to the missile, was like, you'll have to play around it. And then I'll like take advantage of you doing that. This is a decent missile because he's also kind of pushing into this area. But as long as the missile doesn't hit your front line, you're usually pretty happy. And he's still going to take a lot of losses here. Oh, he just resigns. Whoa. I guess it's because this medium tank is going to kill this anti-air, and then these copters are kind of uncontested and roam free. I feel like DeadFS had been in worse spots in this game. Yeah, I mean, he is ending only a little bit behind in unit count. He's starting to... Like, he was in a worse spot before, and he didn't resign. Maybe the missile was going to hit... Oh, the missile was going to hit here, probably. And then that's pretty disastrous. Yeah, if the missile hits here, then the copters have free roam. Medium tank is a free kill over here. This anti-air doesn't do anything to protect, well, anything. And then after killing this, the next turn you can kill the medium tank or the anti-air. Oh, what? Did I miss the luck roll? What was the luck roll? Yeah, he was behind like the whole game after the brawl in the middle. What was the luck roll? Is it this turn? I'm just wrong player. No, it wasn't this turn. It must have been this turn. Is the luck? No, the luck roll can't be that killed this guy. Although that does matter a lot. That's a luck roll? These two against this guy? Even with his power active? That's got to be a pretty likely luck roll, right? He's got 20% power. I know Vomble defense is strong. I mean, I can understand the surrender because he had been feeling, or he was like behind for a long time. And if the missile is hitting here, it is kind of just game over. I get it. Because you're like, I've been fighting back for so long, and I'm just gonna get creamed. It's 78 plus 17 minimum damage. So he needed 5 luck points and 2 strikes. Is that like 75%? Or maybe 2/3? You know, I always look at deaths. Let's look at kills instead. Well, kills-wise, this was looking very even. So that means he was brawling pretty well. Actually, Starflash like fell behind for a decent chunk in the kill count. The 2 HP copter only does 17 to 18 to a 2 health infantry? That's that flat defense for you. With power? Wow. So, it looks like DFS was actually fairly cost efficient with his units kills wise. Yeah, like really cost efficient, but he's just gonna fall probably really far behind in funds. Oh, brutal. Yeah. It takes a lot of cost efficiency to make up a gap like that. Whew. Oh, it even tells me repairs. So, Starflash spent... Is that 10,000 more? 12,000 more on building stuff? A little bit less in repairing. And that's after DFS has already spent his money for the turn and he's supposed to be ahead by half a turn. So Starflash was like a full turn ahead almost, economically. That's pretty darn good. I think that's it for what I have for the Starflash showcase. Unless you guys want to watch him fight Voice of Akasha, but that's okay. I can now look at some other people's games here. I know I had one sent at the end of last stream. From Rookfelt here. Sorry, Rookfelt. I'm not gonna cover this game because it's got Mangs in it. And I have a strict no Mings policy on my, or just for me in general. So I'll look at, unless you have another game you'd like me to look at, I'll move on to another person. Yeah. Download this one. A 40 turn. Oh, I remember your Stalingrad game. All right. Send me your other interesting game. I remember your Stalingrad Slugfest, though. That thing is... You know what? I'll end on that one. If you can send it to me on Discord so I don't have to sort through the files on stream. No press, Mike. You can send it to me. All right, got one here. We'll do Rookfelts here. Against Mr. Cannon. I know Mr. Cannon. He's a cool guy. It that betrays. What a name. Yeah, you can just DM me. You can DM me with the replay, or you can @ me in chat. It's fine. All right, Rookfelt. It's Mr. Cannon. Jake vs. Adder is a classic matchup. I do not know this map. I don't think. Capture route seems pretty decent. Oh no, I know this map. I've looked at it before. I just haven't played this map. I didn't see the labs in the corners. Ooh, just a little step. So in general, well, this is for Mr. Cannon, but in general, I wouldn't suggest going for back caps that are like this until later on, because it's usually worth more to go for these forward, more contested properties, and you can take your back caps at your leisure. If the back cap has a nice chain to it, then that's a different story. Or if you've got some sort of timing that that you need that infantry to arrive for, then that can also change things up. You were feeling really ahead, but your plan wasn't connecting. He's probably baiting because he can go down. Oh, you mean down to here? I guess that's true. No. I feel like a recon. Nah, recon's probably not that great on this map, because most of the roads are in between these mountains. This is probably... I mean, artillery looks really strong because of these chokes. Tanks are always good. So you're probably going to go for a tank opener as well. I think that's fine. The airport is in a kind of inconvenient place. So you can't really do very early air stuff. Kind of interesting that he builds another tank here. I feel like if you're going to make this like tank by here, you move it over here, and you build a tank here so they're so close together and they can like strike as a unit. You made 0 artillery in this game? You couldn't find the tempo for it. Wow. I'm seeing lots of amazing chokes. Like, this is almost all great chokes for artillery. Okay, I like this. I like making him respond to this tank even though he like got the initiative. I think the tank buy down here is fine. Yeah, it still covers this stuff. The tank up here would be more flexible in responding in case he decides to double up on trying to chase your tank down over here. You could also just not build a tank. You could have built an artillery this turn because he's not immediately threatening anything. And the artillery moving up here already puts pressure on him. Okay. So he does a similar thing where your tank's like kind of in a deciding in a position where it can decide where to go, and then he builds a tank up here to defend these guys. Although he doesn't actually stop you from interrupting this capture with this tank. So that works out really well for you. I assume you go over here and kill him. You were afraid of not being able to defend the Arty? Well, the nice thing about Arties, for one, you have a ton of inventory to wall for it. But also you can very easily reinforce them because they're usually a little bit farther back. So you can cover them from a further distance than you could do with other units. But this is good. He can like kind of block you in, I guess, but then you can just take a really long run around to get away. I guess this is, you're just like slowly creeping up on him, and that's okay. You are covered by this tank. A tank he buys here won't. Ooh. Actually, that is kind of nasty. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. So he could, if he wanted to, use his tank here to strike your infantry. And then as long as he puts something on this city, I guess you can clear it. It would be a roll for you to clear it. But the idea would be his tank goes here, hits you, and then he builds a tank here, which can reach this city. And the only way... Actually, no, he's just totally fine because you can't go into this forest. So as long as he's blocking this city up, you actually just can't hit him at all. I was thinking you could like sit here. But no, that's actually just a free hit for him. I like slugfests, but I'm also a fog player. And choke points in fog are not fun. They're really, really, really not fun. So yeah, he's just kind of walling. He doesn't need to wall you here because your tank does not want to go in here. If he was going to wall you, he'd want to wall a little bit further forward. But then maybe he doesn't because he doesn't want to let these 2 hits come in from the mountain. Yeah. feel like you just don't wall here. You've got 3 tanks. This tank has got to run. Okay, he does not go for the hit. He just backs up. That's kind of a dangerous backup for him to do, because you have a lot of infantry over here, and you're matching him in vehicles. Actually, you're ahead of him in vehicles if you bring this guy down, so you can kind of just take this property. He lets you... I feel like you don't want to slink out that way, though, right? Yeah, that's still in range of 2 tanks, so you have to, like, invest more to defend it. I think you'd be safe just running the back way, spending 1 more turn. Because now you can't send this tank down here to outnumber him and take this city. There's an idea behind it. Okay, okay. You do have a nice little wall. And I guess this is fine. Are you not going to take the city? What is this? So in general, in this kind of situation, you don't need to wall your tank. You don't want the city. You're just trying to, like, sucker him in. But you don't have to wall this tank. If he hits your tank, you have a fresh tank to replace and finish him off. And then you're just up a tank. You want the one up ahead? This one? Lots of little positioning things going on here. The micro movements are intense. That's a really weird micro movement. I'm not sure what it achieves. I guess it's just so he can build another tank. Jake power. 2 strikes on the plains. And now you're going for the city. I mean, that's looking pretty devastating. He doesn't even have that many full health infantry in range to counterattack you. You ran back here, now you're gonna try and sneak on back. That's fine. So you guys are just kind of staring at each other, especially in situations like this. Just build an artillery. The artillery is gonna let you do, like we saw with Starflash's games. The artillery can let you push forward a lot. You can take attacks that you can't normally take, because the artillery is so punishing if they get in range of it. Also, definitely get a battlecopter at some point. Like, I don't expect people to be as good with battlecopters as Starflash was in his games, but they're pretty much good for anyone. Especially with all these mountains, these forests. Their response of an anti-air can be messed up, and if it's ever not covering your copter, there's really nice spots that you could be sitting to just completely block all aggression, because there's all these choke points. And he's gotten his copter. I do like that he's gotten a mech. Getting mech copter with his like forward base with all these mountains and he's adder. I almost feel like he should have had mechs earlier and more copters. I like this. I think it would be fine to stay on the mountain. I guess you don't want him to... No, it's fine. It'd be fine if he went in like this, because then you just kill his tank. This does force him to strike from the road. So it's fine. And you are threatening this city if he walks off of it. It's a great attack down here, though. Lots of tank first strikes thanks to the movement bonus, but you still outnumber him with healthy tanks after that. You just have a ton of tanks. Yeah, you have two more tanks after his attack and after he's built a tank. It's just how well the engagement went for you down here and using the Jake day-to-day power to finish off his tank on the city. It was very effective. I think that is a good join. A beatdown. Are you seeing some rolls that you want to get then? Is it just for the planes damage? Well, I think that would have killed anyway. Probably it matters quite a bit there. I'm not sure what that little shuffle was about. I think that was just a case of, I don't want this tank here, it's in the way. I'm just going to move it somewhere. If you're just going to move it somewhere, move it back onto a city. You've got tactics. This one? He needs to be there. So he can't 2-hit KO you? Can't he 2-hit KO you by killing this tank and killing this infantry on the city? And then hitting you from here? Or killing you there, flying over here, hitting you, and then killing the infantry on the city and hitting you? I guess he doesn't really want to fly over here because you're anti-aero cannon. He doesn't go for this kill, though. I don't think... He just went for 2 first strikes. I mean, it did stop a 2-hit KO on this guy. But you're like monstrously ahead. At the start of your turn, you're basically even in value. You're even in units. You're 3k ahead in income. You're almost tied in power charge. Your positioning is on the map is really good because you're like threatening his properties. I think in every metric you're ahead at this point. I guess that's fine. I think I probably would have hit this 9 health guy. Because he doesn't have anything... I guess he has this full health infantry to stand on the city and hit you. So that's... I mean, that's fine. Hitting the mech is nice. Getting it down to 7s, it's pretty good. And now is your time to retreat. I probably would have moved the anti-air off the city so I could put a tank on the city. It's pretty bold of him to move forward up into this. Well, a mid-turn side slip. What's it for? What is it for? Is he trying to kill this tank on the city? No, he can't. Does he just want to hit the tank? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, it's just for that. But he could have just hit this one. Oh, he wanted to hit the... Oh, okay, he wanted to do that attack. I would say don't do that attack. Because this is going to heal up to 8. And then you're basically just negative in this engagement. He does get a defense bonus off of having his power too. Beat down again. We've got a tank sacrifice. Okay. I usually prefer to save my sacrifices for like breaking walls. And I would just go for the 2 normal attacks and leave them at like 1 health or whatever. But it's not bad. It's still trading a unit for a unit. One of yours that was especially weak. I'm glad you didn't attack there. That would have been a really bad situation if he like chipped you down to 1. You do like 1 or 2 damage. He chips you down to 1. He heals and then he hits you and like high rolls and kills you. So that was good that you're just blocking. Wow, that's an aggressive copter. He must be, well, he's probably in concede mode at this point. He's got like half your value. So he's just trying to get the damage, whatever damage he can, yeah, and he resigns. So what was your plan that fell apart? It seemed pretty good. The opening fell apart. With like the pressuring on these cities? Something you could do different in the opening. For the capture phase, or how you were using like your vehicles? Or how you were pressuring these cities? Definitely artillery. Artillery is what you could have done different. Artillery, battlecopter. Especially artillery. He did kind of let you. Artillery instead of a tank here works out. And then you can have tank follow-up. I think that would have felt more comfortable. That's a good point. What rating is this? Is this like 1,000 standard, probably? It looks like it was 1,000. $900 to 1,000-ish. 1,000 standard, okay. And then I'm going to cover Brosmark's game, and then we'll end on a really, really long Starflash game. That is kind of intense. Against Golden Sperm? Really? What is with these names? Fine. We got Andy versus Drake. This is one of my favorite matchups, at least in Fog. Okay. I'll turn Brasmac to be place. Trying to see if I can recognize this map. I must have played it. This little formation of the water is looking really familiar to me, but I don't know. Good question. Doesn't look like it. I will ask. I'll ask for that function. All right. So this is a very much a matchup that relies a lot on the timing and the setup for the powers. All powers, both supers and normals, are very effective in this matchup if used correctly. As I've shown in my Stalingrad game, but there's also lots of examples of Andy doing very effectively by doing 2 normal powers in a row. I'm okay with the timing of these back caps. He could have tried, if he had skipped this this capture, he could have pressured you into ending your own capture to stop him from taking your comm tower, which would have been funny. Or at least taking this comm tower. Ooh, I like the artillery. I guess the artillery is almost forced on this map, right? Not only do you deny the comm tower, but you also have a pipe seam to break. I'm actually surprised he didn't go for an artillery. I guess that's just because you went for a recon, so he felt like he's forced to get a tank, so now he goes for the artillery. Okay. The airport is so sequestered back here. I could see games where people don't even fight for a long time. They just go double artillery, free their airport, free this pipe seam. It is a recon on the weak side. It is better on the strong side where it costs them more. Against their weak side where it costs them more to respond to it. Did I miss a bad denial of a tower? Oh, over here. I would be okay with this if you bring up your own artillery to permanently deny it. I guess I could see the comm towers always being denied because it's kind of hard to break through. Like both sides can just set up artillery and stare at the same comm tower. It might even be worth rushing the comm tower. I could see that. Like from this base, you could send an infantry here, step across, capture it, artillery, and it's yours. Like early on. Because once the artillery's in place, like how are they going to take it back? You'd be overrun by tanks? Like the tanks would come all the way around here? They can't come all the way around here. Against your 2 base? Oh, down here. Oh. Yeah, I could see that. But you can hold on pretty well with artillery infantry in these kind of choky-ish areas. You'd have to couple it with pressuring. Like if you built the recon up here, then you could probably do it. Because then he builds a tank up here instead of down here. And you have more wiggle room to set up a lock. So it looks like he's going to get comm tower up on you. And then he's front switching. I think I'd rather build a tank to protect these guys and use the artillery to break this pipe seam so you have a nice direct route straight into his 1 base. Same for him. Like, just fire, tank, we break through immediately. And then it's like, surprise, I'm here, and he can even deny the city. Oh, I guess that isn't in range. Yes, yeah, it's just free hits. Very, very slow creeping forward. The artillery does make this pretty safe. Especially with this tank backup. Okay, it looks like he's like, oh yeah, I can just kill this pipe seam. He backs away. You know, he didn't actually need to leave this city. He could have stayed on that city. You could hit him with 1 tank. He's a tank covering his own tank. It's very interesting that you guys both got your comm tower so easily. I would have thought it would be like a brutal battle for them with the positionings that they have, but both sides just kind of give way. I'm amazed that this property has not been captured. Yeah. He's going for it now. He definitely could have gone for that earlier. You can see he may have like delayed the back caps, but he has been getting some contested properties in exchange, which is good. So he's still like keeping up economically. And then now that he's gotten these more contested captures, he can get the back captures and just be ahead in the long term. Assuming nothing happens to him. We got tight artillery formation going on here. We got 4 artillery. Is the plan here just to push down and take the one base side? If so, definitely break the pipe seam so you don't have to do this really long walk around. Yep. He broke the pipe seam, so he gets to flood on in here. Looks like you're about to... Oh, no, you're just shooting. Okay. He's putting a lot of stuff in your artillery range, which is really nice for you. That was a lot of... I would not have joined all those infantry together. I understand why you did it to try and keep this guy healthy, but... I think instead you can just move this healthy one up here. And just move this guy somewhere else. Until he didn't hit a 1 health infantry, did it? No. No, this is infantry hit this guy. I brought him down to 1. You gotta hold as long as you can on your 1 base side, so heavy vehicles are good. That was I think it was 6 or it was 7 health by the comm tower. So you can see now that he just took his back caps, he's now up by 3k. And that's the advantage you can get from taking them leisurely. Yeah, these medium tanks are doing a great job defending. Once the artillery from over here start coming into play, they're going to start doing a lot worse. Because they don't have enough support left over here. This is a very slow push. You have enough artillery over here now that you could kill this in 1 turn, and you don't have to keep going this really long route. That might even be your plan here. We built an infantry down here and a copter. That's a pretty gutsy infantry considering what's coming your way. Oh, he's abandoning the attack with some of it because he wants to respond to your own push. I'm surprised he didn't... I guess he can't quite bomber without a base skip. Interesting that he built the anti-air up here. Is that... I mean, the copter's on the other side of the map. Is it just to break through? He's like, I'll use the anti-air to break through an infantry so the tanks can get in there and hurt your artillery. Yeah, he should not have brought his medium tank away from here. Now you have a pretty good attack on him over here. swear. Break the pipe seam, I tell you. So we're starting to get into the stage of the game where it's going to become like a game of chicken with the powers. He does get the breakthrough there. He did get the anti-air just to attack an infantry. Of course, the infantry's on a city. Well, this is a really bad attack. If he hadn't done this part of the attack, everything else is looking pretty darn good. The rain. I definitely agree with this super. You're going to be able to get a lot of kills with it too. I guess I see. You wanted to block the forest. I think you'd be fine to not block that forest. The only thing that can hit you there is this infantry. So stepping onto the mountain, hitting there, and getting more swings in, it's probably good. Oof. We've been seeing some really impressive infantry rolls on tanks. This wasn't a Jess one, though. I'm liking all these kills you're getting. That was pretty good damage. Rachel on this map. I could see Rachel being good. Rachel tends to be good on maps that involve base trades. He's going to feel a little sad having to hyper upgrade this turn, because the rain's going to mess with his movement bonus. Wow, that was a really weird attack over here. I feel like he wants to bust in here. I guess you don't quite reach him with this. You do have your copter. I don't know. Well, after the super trades, you're still looking pretty darn fine. You really wish this pipe seam was down. In fact, you're gonna break it this turn. Okay. No, you're not gonna. Yeah, okay, you did break it this turn. Looking a little bit scary around your HQ, but his push on your weak side is kind of given up. He keeps building anti-air and just throwing them at your artillery ball. He probably would have gotten a lot out of a rocket even. Attacking down here. I don't know. Oh, his medium tank's almost out of fuel. I guess he's not quite in range of hyper upgrade, but I'd still be really worried about putting myself in range of his medium tank like that. Yeah. But I guess you kind of have to. You're being pressured a lot. Massive artillery ball. Can he crack it this turn? No, he doesn't quite have enough healthy vehicles. Those copters are going to get some work done. He might, oh, he can definitely get a super. Did he not attack? What? Well, you definitely attack there, because you want your super. You can... Andy super, you can super at the end of your turn and be super happy. I guess he's worried about your power, though. Yeah, I guess that's fair. He could always do his normal power instead of a super. I don't know. Letting you get your super first here does hurt a lot. He has so much money up on you, though. Just for hyper upgrade. Is he gonna continue to slam into this artillery ball? No. He backs up a bit. He gets a rocket! Probably should have gotten the rocket quite a while ago. Another rocket in place, and you immediately have to leave. I think he should buy... I don't know. Questionably, he should buy a stealth at this point. Because he's got so much money up on you, and then he forces you to buy a fighter. Which is something that you can't afford. Because if he keeps fighting into you with armies that you can fight with artillery, then his economic advantage isn't going to be as pronounced. At the very least, he should be producing from his airport every turn. Try and win up you in unit count. Very awkward walling going on here, but I guess it's just because he doesn't have an answer to the copter right now. Oof. This was a good pickoff by you. Well, if Andy wasn't having like pickoffs like this and slamming into like the artillery balls, then the income advantage would matter a lot more. But if you're losing more than you're getting every turn, then it's not going to matter if you're making more money. Ooh, just the 1 damage. Because it lets you get this nice pick off. I don't know about diving in for this tank for tank. I guess you're up in unit count, and you do want to kill his units. I'd do it if there was a way, if you had a... I guess you kind of have a threat on his copter and his rocket if it stays there. If he doesn't block this mountain. That's a really weird capture to go for, because you have an artillery whose entire life is just to stop it. Well, I don't know if Andy will lose or not, although it looks like he's getting put into a very losing position. He did kill your copter, so you lost your threat on his rocket. That's probably not worth going for, because you'll lose 2 units for it. You did go for a bomber. For something you have to respond to. This push down here is looking really scary. How is the infantry? 8 to 12. You guys are both pretty healthy on infantry, which is good. This was actually, looks like a pretty bad mistake on his part. Oh, no. You can't quite break through to the rocket. He was able to block it. Wow, this army's almost moving through here uncontested. Like, all of these units are going to die. Why aren't you attacking his infantry? All he has covering it is a single tank. Just kill everything. There we go. I'm not sure what was up with that 9 health guy. Or this guy. But, yeah. Just wipe it all out. Yeah. Well, there was some front switching that happened. But the weak sides are doing better. Okay, so this is... I get it. You're just trying to avoid this bomber. It's okay to go in against the bomber if you've got 2 AAs covering you. I would never do this in a million years. Do not sacrifice your low health healing anti-air into an Andy bomber. He is just going to heal that up, and it gives him more charge. Like that, if that anti-air was alive, even at 3 health, comboing with a full health one, that will kill the bomber. But a full health one can't one-shot bombers. He resigned? Really? I mean, he's behind in unit count, but he still has so much money. You really need to stop going for this comm tower. Why did he resign? He wanted to reduce his breakthrough power. Okay. I mean, it did do that. I would not be really worried about him breaking through over here, though. You have so much more. I'm surprised he resigned. It was a 25-day game, though. He's about to lose his rocket. He was about to lose his rocket. I'm not sure what he was doing with that rocket. That must have been a rocket misclick. Yeah. He must have like meant to move something else here. Moved his rocket there. Either that or he just really wanted the artillery to not shoot his capping infantry. And so he's like, just shoot my rocket. Okay, I'm gonna grab the really long Starflash game. I'm gonna have to. Okay, we're gonna have to go to a transition scene while I go find it. Transition. Okay. Who loves staring at numbers? Okay. There it is. And we're back. All right, this is going to be the final game. Everyone's favorite matchup. Olaf versus Olaf. We have Starflash against Tordred on Stalingrad. A massive map, infamous for how annoying Olaf is to fight on it. For some reason, this HQ looks a little funky, but that's okay. We will turn Starflash into Cobalt Ice, and we will turn Tordred into White Nova. This is going to be a bloody battle. We're going to see a lot of tactical play. That's what both players are known for. Lots and lots of tactics. I don't even think they have a very fancy opening, which is, very disappointing from my point of view. But yeah, look at just a tank first. It's just basic APC recon. For shame. For shame. For top bottom maps, making them just face down and up. That would be very funny. Okay, well, it looks like Tordred is maybe trying to be the aggressor towards the comm tower over here. Starflash actually places recon in a way that he can't see this. I don't know if he has a way of actually placing it in a way that he can see the comm tower. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 8. 1, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, that doesn't work either. Maybe he just can't do it. I thought there was a way, but maybe you can't. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's worse. You just go to there and you're stuck. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, you just can't see it. Oh, this is, the misclick on the wait command. I remember seeing that. Did this APC get a good boost? grab this guy. So it does get a decent boost. Although it's a questionable boost. Because why boost there? I guess that's to get this property. That must be to get this property. So this guy goes here, this guy goes here, and then this APC goes back. Tower gets interrupted by the tank. Ordred expected some sort of harassment, so he went for his tower a little bit earlier. Artillery on the weak side for this map, pretty strong. Get a little boost. Another little boost. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ah, so close to being able to be in range for the mech. I do like the mech buy though. The join cap. I don't think I would join cap this. I think I would just fall back and take my comm tower a little bit later. Because I think he can just kill that. And indeed he can. Arguably, he should have hit that with both tanks and then started capping it with his infantry to really pressure you to do something about it. I think I would have done that. I'm not even sure what you do about it. I guess you have to give up this infantry. But because you didn't do that, you can kind of take your time setting up. Very good call to front switch these guys down instead of pushing the assault over here. Good call on Tordred to go to the sides and go for these weak exposed infantry, since he knows you're going to be coming to try and defend your comm tower. This is probably a little too defensive. I think if you're attacking the other person's comm tower, you can be a little bit more aggressive than this. Probably at least take that forest. It does end up letting you get the 2 first hits over here, though. Or strikes. I still think it was the right call, even though it didn't turn out that great. I mean, he's gonna be able to hit you back. It's bad to be aggressive on 2 sides when you don't know what you're doing. But I assume that Tordred knows what he's doing. Like you can see, he could push in a lot over here. Once he's pressured over here and made Starflash have to respond, there's going to be a big weakness over here. And so he can be aggressive on both sides in that regard. On this side, he's going to have to fall back a bit. For at least a brief amount of time, he can be aggressive on both sides. To optimally punish how you're pressuring your opponent to move their army. Oof. That's a pretty big loss over here, though. How is he going to know where the tanks are? He's going to know where the tanks are because he put so much pressure on this comm tower. It's basically like, if Starflash isn't bringing tanks over here, you're just going to take his comm tower. So he's going to bring tanks. He should have known this turn. The movement of these tanks is basically forced. He's not going to know the exact positioning of these tanks, but he's going to know they're going to be over here, not over here. If they are over here, which he'll probably find if they were over here, he would see it very soon, and then he would just take this comm tower. So this does end up being a bad move. But I think, I don't know, I guess it's debatable. Did he see this tank? Okay, never mind. I thought he didn't know this tank was here. Well, if he knows this tank is here, this is no longer a good attack. I take back what I said before. I can skip forward a bit. This is, yeah, you come in and you kill copters. Some really good engagements over here. Was that the wait? Yeah. And this is where Starflash waits. Starflash unfortunately waits so he doesn't get the comm tower. It doesn't actually reset your capture, even though the replay viewer is just messing up there. Well, it's really hard to go for the swap. It's hard to go for the swap when they have a comm tower, you don't, and they're also about to take your comm tower, and you are not about to take theirs. That's not a swap moment. But like the whole point of attacking this comm tower is not to deny it. It's to make your opponent respond to it so you can do stuff on the other parts of the map. Like, you do deny it for a little bit, but you're not going to be able to keep it against someone that knows what they're doing in most cases. Sack the infantry to prevent the contested city cap? Which one? This one? I think it's fine to not sack an infantry there, because you're just going to take it anyway. You've got this much stuff over here. This infantry can move to this spot to start capping it next turn after you kill the infantry on it. I think it's okay. to not sacrifice your own infantry. But it's also, you know, I'd be okay with the sacrifice. I wouldn't be like, it's a mistake to sacrifice, but I don't think it's a mistake to not sacrifice it either. Arguably, though, in an Olaf mirror, it's better to do the sacrifice because it's harder to take back properties once the supers start rolling and all the infantry get damaged. In that regard, I agree with you. I don't like that infantry movement. This infantry needs to be here. Probably just thought his backup was there. That's also fair. Here comes the copter spam. This is the rare, at this stage in Tordred's life, this is the rare Tordred AA. Both players are going to be mainly relying on copters. When you're going the tank copter spam, you rely on your copters to fight the other copters. I do agree with having at least one AA, though. I think an AA can completely tip the copter engagements on their head. But this was Starflash. I believe this was at the height of the Tordred meta. Is that right? So lots and lots of tanks, lots of brawls, and lots of tactics. And very few tech ups. Just trying to win on unit count. You love this meta? Yeah, Tordred did used to play it the exact same time every time. That's something you kind of have to do when you're playing 25 games at the same time. You can't really put in the investment that's needed to play unique openings. I'm liking these attacks. This is a good recon attack. It's covered by so many things. And it's getting some good vision. It looks so... It looks so supple. It's like, oh, just hit me with a tank. And then it's just... Wham! Bam, 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 bam. It's not every day you see 3 in a row for copters that aren't attacking something, though. You're going to restrain yourself from buying 3 recons? That's fair. You can do mass recon stuff on this map. It's not the best, but you can still get stuff down. I really like the play on the sides. There's really big globs of units, but they're not just the glob of units. There's also just a little like skirmishing squad of vehicles, like tank, recon, bring some infantry along, take these vulnerable properties. If you just have your big armies in the middle, then you'll usually lose the sides while just like stalling out in a giant brawl. So it's important to have these little skirmishing squads. You guys are both just like collecting your copters all together. They've all been spotted. Ooh. Look at this. Look at this failure of an infantry. That tank didn't even have 2 health, and it wasn't even on a city, and it didn't kill it. A letdown. Yeah, nothing like the Jess infantry. These mechs are going to be very valuable. You can see that this is like a really good position to be hanging out in. Yeah, there is a backup recon. Probably wanted to build another recon. Because it's here comes a Winter Fury. It's really hard to get the engagements you want without recons backing you up. Have I ever used a power only to realize that I would lose if I went all in? I don't think so. I've used powers, gone all in, and then lost, but I did not realize it along the way. I realized it the next time I took my turn. It is not worth building triple infantry and fog against global damage, though. I mean, it's worth it at like 1,100 levels and below, where your opponent's not going to just punish you when you have one turn where nothing shows up but infantry. Yeah. If Tordred had some recons to help his army fight this fight, it'd be pretty good. I mean, this is looking more lopsided than it actually is, because Starflash hasn't used his super in retaliation yet. There you go. Look at how much damage that does. 167,000. 133,000. Just click a button and do 30,000 damage. It's not enough to stop this capital. Or this one. That's pretty unlucky. Yeah, Thanos snap. So at this phase, they're both like doing a little dance in the shadows, hoping that the opponent will just kind of place their vehicles unwittingly in range of their entire army. And it's kind of happening here. This is a really loose and vulnerable formation from Tordred. The only thing he's really got going for him is he's got some of these copters in the back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, but one of them is still exposed. You'll note that both players keep their copters behind their lines, so that they won't get one shot before they get an attack off. Because they are pricey. So Starflash is seeing that this is he got a little bit of an opportunity to go in. Like maybe this is the time that Tordred has just mispositioned his entire army and I can jump on it. And it's partly true. Tordred was a little bit exposed there. Of course, this also leaves Starflash's army pretty exposed, so Tordred can get a pretty good counter swing in here, but then that will also leave part of his army exposed, but then that will also bring the powers online, and we are just in a good old Olaf brawl. All the units hit each other back and forth until they're all dead, and then all the reinforcements get hit by... all the survivors and reinforcements get hit by the Olaf supers, and you just kind of repeat. Very valuable for Starflash to get his first, but sadly he gets it after he's already done most of his attacks. So it's not as valuable as it could have been, but it's still good to get it first. And then boom, retaliation. It's pretty rare that you see such lopsided starts to the turns, where like Starflash is 50,000 ahead. Oh, now he's 20,000 ahead. And then all the fighting happens. Actually, this fighting is not doing that bad for Starflash. And now he's just, he's only like... Orker's only ending his turn 9,000 ahead, so that's not so bad. He is 5 units ahead, so he's a little bit up in the unit count, but that's not a bad turn for Starflash. And he's kind of eliminated Towards Red's presence in this entire area near this comm tower. So he might be able to do some trick where he moves forward to like here, combines 2 infantry, and then goes for the comm tower. But at the same time, his own area around his comm tower is pretty exposed. So this is a time in the game where both armies could have like swirled around the middle, and a comm tower exchange could have happened. But instead, Starflash goes in on this army. I would not recommend doing that. Because that's moving a pretty good chunk of distance towards the unit production. I can understand it though, because you're feeling like I want to fight over here and keep the army over here, and then my capping infantry will be kind of uncontested over here on this side. Yeah, making the infantry the turn that you see global damage or like a kindle power come in, it feels really big brain and like can save you a little bit of money. But you have to realize that down the road, you're kind of getting hit twice by the power, in the respect that on the turn the power happens, they're probably going to damage your army. But then also, the turn that you built infantry is going to be a turn where you don't have reinforcing vehicles showing up to your fight. So you kind of get hit in 2 different ways because of that. Where it's a lot better to like spend a tiny bit more money on reinforcements or on repairing your reinforcements, but you still get some reinforcements. It's a big deal if there's like a brawl, if like a brawls like this is going on, and Tordred decided to spend 1 turn just building infantry, he's going to lose the game. He's going to lose the game in 2 turns. When those infantry are like here, and they're not tanks they're currently fighting. That is what will happen. He'll be up the repair cost on 4 vehicles or whatever. But he'll be down 4 or 3 vehicles in the fight. You thought this time you're doing the great comeback, but you're still very even? Yeah. Yeah. You were ahead before. If you hadn't jumped on him down here, you would have been ahead. I think jumping on him down here ends up costing you, if I remember. Maybe not. Maybe it's when you jump on him here. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah, it's this one. Because you have like 3 tanks hit infantry. It's really hard to get traction against Olaf and global damage. Because it damages your infantry, so it's harder to take the properties. But this is one of the things that can happen on this map. If people aren't going for the comm towers, oftentimes it's just a giant brawl in the middle. And Torch is being really careful with his attacks. He doesn't want to overextend. Draw every Olaf mirror. Couldn't go for the copter? Is it this turn? Are you talking about this copter? So this one could have hit there for sure. Yeah, he could have done that. He could have gone wham. No, he can't. I don't know how that clicked differently. No, he can't. I mean, he can go for this one. He'll just get chained into. As according to the Tordred meta, it's tank chains, copter chains, all day, every day. So like attacks like this, where it looks like you're getting like a really good blow, but because you have to step over the midline, that effectively reduces your vehicle count in the fight by a turn of production while increasing theirs by a turn of production. And that's why the fight's going like back and then forth and then back and then forth. It's because more and less units keep getting involved due to the distances. And of course, that's a double whammy, that you get less units involved and they get more units involved. And that's why overextensions are so brutal. So like, if you're building a tank and anti-air and a copter every turn, when you make an attack like this and you've stepped over the midline, you've basically lost a tank, an anti-air, and a copter, and an infantry, and they gained, in this case, 2 tanks and a copter. So if you're like doing that overextension and you're killing just 2 tanks, you're gonna be net negative in the end. Okay. So Tordred goes for that attack, so like this little sacrifice up here so that he can get his power. I'm not sure if he needs to sacrifice. Maybe he does. Boom. And 81,000. And of course, the Olaf global damage scales with like the number of units on the field. So when you're losing and your opponent has more units, your global damage does more damage. That also helps keep these brawls just constantly even. You can see how big of a swing it is too. Like at the start of his turn, I thought it was lower than. Oh no, this is. At the start of his turn, he's down 40,000, and at the end, he's up 20,000, well, 14,000. No, 20,000. And then Starflash gets his super off. And now it's like Starflash is ahead value wise, but because the units are over here, Starflash has to move past the center line when he goes in for these attacks. That's more of Tordred's units get involved. So now Tordred's back on top, and all this while they're doing like lots of fancy 2-hit combos, and they're trying to wall. I haven't even been like really addressing it because it's a really long game. But like the tactical play during these brawls is like it's pretty high level. Like they're doing very exact attacks. They do lots of sacrificial plays. He's trying to like block a 2-hit KO. And it just kind of like goes on and on. So in games like this, the center brawl almost doesn't matter at all. It's just like a giant money sink for both players. And what actually will win the game is whoever can manage to spare stuff to take the sides. I'm sure Starflash feels really good with this attack. Got some great kills. Of course, he got even closer to the production. So the units that attacked get to die. Starflash is going to get a city off of this. That's a big deal. That's going to flip who's ahead. Who's ahead economically. A little wave of copters has shown up. 2 cities. No, he's not going to use this city. He's got infantry. Boom. Now this guy's going to head over. He's going to step on this city next turn to heal up from the Winter Fury and then go for the city. Actually, he can... It's just as fast to just actually just walk straight for it. Yeah, bottom right, raiding party is a big deal. You can see, even though like the middle there's tons and tons of fighting, what actually matters is like this. Just like I killed an infantry in the corner of the map, and that means all of these cities are now like up for grabs. Where when you kill like 5 tanks in the middle, it means nothing. You get nothing for your effort other than getting hit by a super. So fights like this is usually... It's true, your APC has been getting some huge value. So fights like this are things I usually call just fighting for fighting's sake, because you're not like fighting over properties you're capturing or anything. It's just like, there's a unit to strike, so I strike it. But it looks like the brawl has actually ended. Both players' steam has kind of just run out. And they're gonna fall back. This is the Starflash, or not the Starflash, this is the Tordred meta. They don't tech up. They do not tech up in the Tordred meta. They are like, I am going to win on unit count. And that's it. I agree. I think a tech up would be very strong. Yeah. The battle in the middle is like it's a money sink that you have to pour money into. Because in theory, they can't actually win off of it. And it's just whoever can spare enough on the sides to actually take the properties. And it's also really hard to fight those brawls because they're also full of tactics, full of trying to get the correct 2-hit KOs, like sacrificial plays, lots of walling, lots of blocking. And if you get out-tacticked too harshly by your opponent, then you can snowball into a defeat pretty quick. But the higher up you get there in level, you just kind of know tactics. Like, you can't get up to that level without knowing tactics for the most part. Like, Can't Buy is the only one, I think, who's really high up there in level and isn't the best at tactics. But he's just got, like, really, really, really good opening theories to give him a strategical advantage in the game. But look at this. Starflash has broken the meta. He has bought a Neo tank on day 27. Right? Neo tank GG. What's he gonna do? I mean, Neo tank will die if there's a swarm of copters, but if it's a Neo tank supported by its own swarm of copters, it's unbeatable. Because what's going to happen, right? The Neo tank's going to walk forward. 4 copters are going to try and surround and kill it. It's going to live at like 1. And then all those copters are going to die from the retaliation. Okay, Can't Buy's tactics are fine. They're just not top level fine. Yeah, and I think it's because he plays so many games. I agree. This is going to be a rude awakening for these units when this Neo tank walks up and one-shots his tank. These did... Actually, why were all of those units... Did they attack in? Looks like he caught... Did I miss Starflash getting caught out here? Okay, Starflash gets... a little too aggressive with his positioning there. So he gets Roger gets some really nice pickoffs. It looks like he actually gets really nice pickoffs for 2 turns, which is pretty ridiculous. Yeah, Starflash needed to just back up. Just back up and wait for the Neo tank to show up. But now it's Tordred that's starting to overextend. Yeah, when I'm talking about like really good at tactics, I mean really good at tactics at like 1500 and above. 1400 and above, probably, actually. Neotank says hi! And note, this is important to note, this Neotank supported by 3 copters. That's a pretty devastating combo. So this is a really bad attack by Tordred. What does he need to do here? He needs to just run away from the Neotank. Or he can either he has like 2 choices. He cannot kill the Neotank with a 7 health and an 8 health copter. So he can either try and kill everything around the Neotank, or he can just run away. And I believe the correct answer is run away, because he's not really threatening to take any more captures right now. Yeah. This is like a game. He's gonna throw away the small advantage he was starting to gather up right here. He even leaves the city open, so the Neotank can step down on the city, kill this 7 health tank, and then the copters will just get munched, or the Neotank can step onto the HQ. It has options of where to go depending on how safe or risky it wants to be. Ooh. Didn't even notice the Winter Fury is coming up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, you can even like kill this and then kill this tank, and then the Neotank comes down and kills the anti-air, which makes the copters even stronger. That's probably what he's going. He didn't do that. Or can it can reach anyway. Never mind. He doesn't even have to do that. I think this is a good attack. I don't know. Going for the unit count, going for injuring a healthy unit, it's always a tough call. He's still trying to beat down this Neotank. With just copters. But now I can just go back and heal. Very valuable heals. I don't know if Tordred changed his playstyle after this, after he saw how effective a Neotank can be, but I don't know. I know he ended up changing his play quite a bit. He has decided that a bomber is the answer to the Neotank. And full health copters can take down Neotanks pretty effectively. But copters that are getting chipped by global damage all the time and like brawls with other copters just cannot manage. So this recon's very valuable because it's like a raiding party. It can make some of these properties vulnerable for capture. But Tordred's a good player. He knows that the sides are a huge weakness for when you're doing these giant battles in the center. So he has a tank over here. He's sparing these. He's got his like spare tanks to make sure he doesn't just kind of die without a fight. But both players are back to having giant armies staring at each other across from this lab. Yeah. The unit count advantage, yeah, is in Torch's favor right now. Only by a tiny bit. And of course, the bigger these armies get, the more impactful Winter Fury will again be. Starflash is seeing his chance to go in. We'll see if it's like a full... That's a questionable attack. I'd probably want to use 7. I don't know. I think maybe you just... once you see that the roll doesn't work out how you want to, you just stay back, probably. Because that looks like a very easy formation to just kind of munch. Starflash, I don't think, has seen the bomber, but he's being very protective of his Neotank. I would also be very protective of the Neotank at this point. He hit the... Oh, no. Well, when you get a bomber in fog to try and snipe a Neotank, do not one-shot pipes on your way over to it. You need that little element of surprise. It's so rare that I see this pipe broken. I don't even know why this pipe exists. Like, no one would ever break this pipe. Okay. You can see he's trying to be pretty... Oh, you can see the bomber now. He's trying to wall it off and make it hard to actually get to the Neotank. But at the same time, there's a lot of like sacrificial plays that can be made here. Doesn't even have to really do a sacrificial play. Boom. So that's probably a little greedy with the Neotank, but he has a fighter in place. So it's going to be a positive trade for him. A Neotank that's done a bunch of damage, and then a bomber that only kills a Neotank and then dies for a fighter is net positive big time for the Neotank. Oh. And the army sizes have again dwindled drastically. Starflash is looking pretty darn good here, though, with the bomber kill and still having the fighter, and there's a constant stream of copters, so they have to be wary of this fighter. I'll be very happy if the fighter is the winning move. Fighter is like my favorite unit. Yeah, Torture is starting to fall back a bit. He's like, Starflash, don't you wanna charge in, Starflash? I look so easy to hit. Starflash says, why, yes! I would like to attack. think the fighters is starting to make a big deal, though. There were indirects early on. The problem with indirects is when the brawl is ongoing, they're kind of like delaying your reinforcement a turn because they can't move and hit. But like Tordred had artillery for quite a while fighting, and it did some good work. I think Starflash's advantage might be big enough at this point that he can win. I would prefer if he didn't keep fighting closer to the base. I think swinging up would probably just win the game. Like up and away for all of this. Tordred is getting pretty low on those units, yeah. You'll notice that Starflash does not go for the tank and goes for the property interrupt. I think in this case it's a mistake, but in most cases, in this kind of stage of the game, that is definitely what you want to do against Olaf. But when you have 2 infantry here and you've got a recon scouting that there's nothing over here, I think it's probably better to just kill the tank and then kill the infantry and take the property back. But in many cases, that would have been the right play. Just so much fighting. Yeah, I think Starflash has this just on unit count at this point. He's up by 1 property. And this one is looking very takeable. Although Starflash's copter he had in this area has left. So this copter is going to do some pretty brutal damage. And the Winter Fury comes onto the field again. You'll note that both players have been pretty good about keeping their infantry counts high. That's something a lot of lower rated players run into as a problem, is in the late game all their infantry are dead because they've just been building nothing but vehicles to fight. And then they can't actually win the game because they can't take anything. But these two definitely know what they're doing. They're not falling for that kind of trap. But I think Tordred has lost on the engagement around the Neo tank. I think the Neo tank was the winning play. Yeah, Starflash is up 8 units at the start of his turn, 20,000 value, 2,000 income, and in position that he can actually take some more. And you'll note that, well, I was going to say the armies around the middle have kind of stopped, but he is starting to do like the swing up and away from the defending force. And Tordred resigns. Day 42 of victory for Starflash. Almost generated 1 million funds. 7 7 supers. You guys were trying to go for the cap. Let's see the kills. Wow, it's so even. Even, yeah, kill count, pretty even until turn 36. So something big happened on turn 36 that gave Starflash a big lead in kills, and he never went back. Let's see. Day 36, what happened? Ah, the bomber. Yep. The Neo tank came in. The bomber went for that kill. And then the army gets wiped out. And there isn't quite enough to hit back. Yeah, I can actually look at the end here to see what does their supers cost. Yep. They both use the same number of supers, of course. Brutal game. 115,000 spent on repairs. Very similar for both players. So much spent on repairs. Yeah. That's pretty legendary. It might be in the replay library. If it's not in the replay library, you should probably post it. There's a lot of tactics that people could study if they want to learn how to fight in brawls. As you saw, both players were pretty much equally matched in that regard. And they're both very good at it. I think that's a fitting end to the stream. So I will end it there. I hope everyone has a good night. Yeah, he's definitely not a punching bag. He's quite good. All right. Good night, everyone.